Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm a very happy bear. I am. I know. There is good news. There is good news, Rocket Couch. I see you over there in Twitch. You see that nice big hot coffee you got there? Yeah, there is good news. Not so much for Karen Reed trial though, boy. You know, are we going to get a witness yet that they don't have some kind of problem with? We had 5 witnesses so far. At least 3 of them looked like there was some at least 4 of them. There was some tampering with witness testimony after the trial started. I will say the last witness, there wasn't actually witness testimony after the trial started. It happened way before. And he was caught looking to the defense yesterday to see what to say. And it didn't really go very well because in the end, Hank Brennan got him to admit that the 2 videos at 8:30 and at 5:06 a.m. match what he actually saw at 3:30, which is contradictory to all his testimony before. But it could just be the way he's looking at it with the snow and everything. So he turned out to be a nothing burger, the great big bomb of Proctor apparently being able to mess with the tail light didn't really happen, because even if some of it was there, the guy says the part that was actually already gone is the part that they claim that Proctor took out. So I mean, all I have to say is, if you're going to coach your witnesses to just fob stuff up, could you at least keep it straight? Because, man, that wasn't good. Man, it wasn't good. Then we found out that Dr. Marie Russell, for all of her expertise, and I'm not going to say that she's obviously a very qualified person as a medical doctor. And she's got a fascination with dog bites. And she indeed considers herself the source for dog bites, with no papers, no standards, no standard methodology in the practice of diagnosing dog bites or views from photographs. But I digress. But besides that, we find out that Robert Alessi helped her write her report. So, I mean, oh, and then we had Officer Devers. And Officer Devers was threatened with perjury for telling the truth and was there against her will. Oh, and Mr. DeSorja, well, he did actually change some things in his report too. And in the end, after cross-examining from Hank Brennan, sorry, I'm like tongue-tied because I'm just like, I can't believe this stuff. In cross-examination, we find out that, well, he actually agrees with the timeline. And he's not going against any of it. And it was all just a nothing burger too. Oh, and then there's the Proctor texts that they went through all the trouble to get admitted to evidence and then didn't bother to read them in themselves, the defense. They let the Commonwealth do it with one of Michael Proctor's friends who didn't even really want to read them, who wasn't active in the chat and doesn't agree with any of it. And although Michael Proctor really did behave badly, nobody's going to support that he did not do the wrong thing. But his investigation, whether he thought this woman was guilty or not, many officers investigate crimes and they get a good sense on who they think is guilty. You know, it's just part of the job. You got to feel for it. He didn't like her. He thought she was lying. And oh, well, the way her story keeps changing in all of her interviews, perhaps he had good reason. Perhaps he already caught her in a few. He don't have to like her to do his job. I mean, he didn't have to do what he did. I'm not condoning any of that. That was disgusting, unprofessional. Though he really is a problem. But even after an investigation, 2 separate investigations outside of the Canton PD, one by the FBI, one internally because of all of the hullabaloo in everyone that was involved, in all of the procedures, and they found absolutely no tampering with evidence. They found some policies that need to be fixed. They found some procedures that need to be firmed up. They need better kits. They need access to better kits. Everybody needs them in the car. Like, they're addressing some issues. But was there any conspiracy to frame Karen Read? No. Listen, if the defense is that paranoid that their client is so unliked, well, perhaps she is. We've been watching her in this trial since day one. We've been watching her on the socials and in her interviews. And perhaps your client's just not likable. But that doesn't mean there's a conspiracy. There's plenty of reasons not to like Karen Read. Look at her demeanor in the court. Look at how she treats people. She could put that big smile on all she wants. The real Karen comes out with those wicked, shoddy looks, the short remarks, fighting with her own attorneys. If you look at some of the behind the scenes commentary that's coming out, oh my. It doesn't mean conspiracy. Oh, and about Dr. Russell's testimony, even though I don't actually think that those wounds are from dog bites, I am more a part that, the arm was moving, it was going against the sharp object while it moved, okay? And that accounts to most of it for me. Also, the shards that are all in the clothes. However, if you do believe they are dog bites, fine. It doesn't mean she didn't hit him with the vehicle. You can't get rid of the timeline. He could have got those at any time. You just tell me how and when. And I don't care, because two things can be true at the same time. Just because those may be dog bites does not mean that car didn't back up, that Lexus didn't back up, and that John O'Keefe and Karen Read were in the same place at the same time seconds before he stopped moving forever. You can't get rid of the timeline. The defense's own expert couldn't get rid of the timeline. I can't wait to see what Arca does. I can't. Because, I've not, you guys know me. Some of you that are here in the chat every day, you know me pretty well. And I don't like bad legal manners. I don't think it's necessary. And I was not very happy with Mr. Brennan yesterday, making those snide remarks and doing that little shenanigans that he was doing. He does not need to join the circus. So I hope today he takes off the little red nose and he behaves himself, because he's a damn good lawyer. And I will give a nod to Robert Alessi too, because yesterday a calm but passionate defense attorney did his job, and that was good lawyering. As futile as requesting for that mistrial was, it was what he should have done, and it was damn good lawyering. Yes, it was. Yeah, I'll give my nod to him. I can't really say the same about Alan Jackson, since twice he confirmed the Commonwealth's timeline with his own witnesses, including getting Officer Barrows to admit that he has got a bad memory. Dude, seriously. I think you're hanging out with your client too much. I think you need more sleep. I think you need to shave. Go back to your other look. Whatever you're doing in your off hours, stop it. It's really affecting your game. He's really off. He really is. I mean, he's a bulldog. He is. He can twist things. He's intimidating, but he's not thinking sharp on his feet in the courtroom right now. Perhaps he's tired. Perhaps it's the length of this is a second go around. I don't know. All the travel back and forth. We're getting to the end of it. Maybe he needs a break. But he's definitely not at his best. And I think he knows it. I think he does. But anyway, let's see. Oh, Oh, Liam, there's a lot of messages here. Hold on. Okay. Some of the changes can be put down to answering questions from the press with hypotheticals, trying to explain frames of mind after the fact. But there are so many which don't fit that pattern. Exactly. And trying to get Dr. Russell to do a psychological analysis was like not a good look. Not a good look at all. Also, how she laps up the press attention. This is true. You're talking about Karen Reed. I'm thinking there's a large dollop of neediness. I'm sure that comes from her dad treating her like the family princess. Yep, that's what we've been reading with the fighting going on. While I did grin a little at him doing that parody, I agree that Brennan does not need to stoop to the pits with the defense. It has an order to keep his point across. Exactly. I just want him to do better. You know how I am. Although I did giggle too. I mean, because it's not like they don't deserve it. It was pretty funny. Thank you, Shill. Thank you for my big cup of coffee. Shill, I got emotes over at Twitch. Oh, Shill, we got a couple of emotes. I got a message from Twitch last night. I mean, Twitch, not Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Oh, God. I see I'm excited because they told me I don't have enough followers, but apparently it was my watch hours pulled me over. I still only have 40 followers. Well, because I'm streaming the trial over there so much, they put me in the affiliate program and opened up my emotes. I know. Don't tell on me, Couch. Don't tell on me. I call it. That's usually what I call X. It's not usually what I call them. Okay, I don't know why that. Oh my God. Why aren't those messages coming over here? I don't know why the Twitch messages are not coming up in my chat here. Why? Hold on. They really should. Oh, why not? Twitch is okay. Twitch is lit. All right, let's see. I think maybe I have to have it. All right, hold on. I might have to pull it up again. Okay, let's see. Nope, book lover is not in there either. Okay, hold on. I'm going to open up the chat again over here. I don't know why it's not sharing the chat today. It does every other day, and it says that it's approved, so I don't know why it's not doing it. I'm going to try to send a message and see if you guys get it over there, if I send it from here. No, it's not going to Twitch. Oh, sorry, guys. What happened with the dog bite yesterday? Yeah, it says that there's an error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again. What is going on with the Twitch chat? Not cool. Oh, I might have to re-put my Twitch in again. I'll have to do that before I go tomorrow. Anyway, I won't be able to put up any of your comments from Twitch. Sorry, guys. And we have all those cool emojis, but I don't think they show up anyway. What happened with the dog bite lady yesterday? Well, when Hank Brennan went at her about her memory and that she's not really an expert. There's really no papers on anything. And that really is just her opinion that those are dog bites because she has no actual physical evidence. And he went over all the scrapes, and he did actually remind her about previous testimony and how she is expanding on that testimony. And then it came out that Robert Alessi helped her with a report on how to put words like canine and things like that, which match their theory, so that the experts actually have words and opinions that actually go along with the floated theories they have out there. So it was really a nothing burger. But then when Alan Jackson did come back for redirect, he did start to talk about why Karen Reed would say certain things and all, and he got into the whole psychological thing, because apparently she's an expert on that too. This is a woman who I think is retired and looking for something to do, and she's used to a lot of attention. She forgets that she inserted herself in this case, and Hank Brennan wasn't letting her forget it. And this is what I said, Turtle Moose, and I stand behind it. Even if anybody thinks those are dog bites, so what? Two things can be true at the same time. It does not say that car did not hit him. It does not say that Karen Reed is innocent if those are dog scratches. It says nothing else except for those are dog scratches. Because here's the thing. The tie line puts Karen Reed and John O'Keefe in that Lexus in the same spot at the same time, just seconds before he stopped moving forever. And court is in session.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Well, sidebar first. Okay, we're starting. Good. Sidebar first. I can't believe they start late and then they go right to sidebar. Can we say that the court has bad legal manners? This is just rude. I have to do my side. I'm just making a cheat sheet for the sidebars. Couch, I'm gonna let you mark them in Twitch if you're there, since it's not coming over, and then I'll put them. I'll keep trying to get it to work here, but I don't think I'm gonna have dual chat until this afternoon. Yeah, I hear you, Liam. There's definitely not enough. Thank you, Couch. Thank you, Shill. Yup, none of the messages are coming over into my StreamYards from Twitch. Just to let you guys know, over at Twitch. But I can see you. I do have the chat up. So if you at me, if you need anything, if you want me to know something, I definitely can see your messages, but I'll only be able to say them. You're going to watch behind closed doors. Well, thank you for the view, Shill, because I got to tell you, you guys actually over there in the chat for Twitch actually helped me get that affiliation that helped me create the emotes list this morning, and I was very happy. It's because you were over there talking, and you actually got me past the 3 regular views that you need, and I thank you very much. And I thank you, Coach, for the Rocket Couch. I can't talk this morning. Do you like the emotes over there? Thank you. And for those that are that heard the announcement yesterday, I am going to be doing some content on Kick too. And over there, they allow 60 emotes right away, even before I get to be a affiliate. So I was having a bit of fun. Yep. Like currently in the Twitch chat, there's a cup of coffee with flames on it for hot coffee. And then when you go to tier 1, if you sub, I actually was able to animate it. And so the flames move and everything like that. And there's a couple of surprises. Some of them are pending. They have to be reviewed. Good morning, book lover. I'm so happy to see you here regularly, actually. Yes, no, what do you mean I can't take? It's not me. It's StreamYard's not bringing the Twitch chat over. It's not me. I have to just go in there and just double check something during the break. Liam said he found really great studies last night, which could be the basis for some interesting research into actually establishing a true forensic method for determining whether an injury is from a dog or not. There you go, Liam. Maybe you should write the paper and start the methodology. If you can tolerate it, contact Dr. Marie Russell. She's looking for something to do. Okay, I'll behave. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I can't talk this morning. I'm going to have, I wasn't going to let this out, but based on how I'm speaking, I'm going to have to get it. You guys know I'm sick again. Yep. I have that virus, the one that starts with a C. I just keep getting. This would be my 4th bout. Yep. And although I feel kind of fine, I do get tired very easy. I noticed yesterday during the stream, towards the end, I could barely talk towards the end of each stream. I was very quiet. I was exhausted. It's sucking the life out of me a little bit, but I don't feel bad at all. Like I don't have a fever. I don't have a cough like last time at all. I just tested positive, and she did it because I was so congested. She was actually testing me for something else because my poor pup, he tested positive for Lyme's last week, a couple of weeks ago, a little over a week ago. And he's on antibiotics. And my doctor, because of my immune system, had a fit because I take him out all the time. And she said I wouldn't know if I got bit. So she was testing me for that, which was negative, thank goodness. I don't have anything there. But at the same time, she did the swab. And I'm home. They said that this one is very, very contagious, although it's very mild. I swear it feels just like a really bad cold or a flu. Nothing like the last ones I had. I have to tell you, I really don't feel bad at all. So, it's nothing really major. I appreciate that, book lover, but I really do feel okay. I wonder if her nickname is Jack Russell. Now, let's not geez. It is funny though. Okay, Turtle Roofs, I'll give you that. It's funny. It's definitely funny. I wonder who our first witness is going to be. They keep throwing around the name Lucky, who's the snow plow driver. I think what I'm going to do during the lunch break is reset my computer and reset my StreamYards to see if I can fix the Twitch issue. It may just be the status is all changed because I like something to do with setting up the affiliate files or it's something like that. I don't know. But I do like the idea that my little picture comes up there with the emotes. Oh, gosh, look. I made you a judge. I made a bear judge. Oh, I know what it is. I have to reset it in StreamYards. They changed my name from Claire Bear 307 to Claire View. I don't think it was Claire View before, right? Yeah, I don't think him plowing is going to change the timeline because multiple people that were out did not see during the snowstorm. But they're
We'll
going
bring
to
the jurors in. We'll take a few minutes, Tony. Do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
So they're bringing the jury in. Is that the cutest little judge? You know, I have another one called Objection. That's a lawyer pointing. Like that was Rocket Couch's idea because of all the objections. But the judge is like a cute little bear. Yeah. Or actually, I created that one with AI. I'm actually proud of myself. Oh, and Rocket Couch, I thank you so much for wanting to find me something to do the animated ones. But the ones that I create, um, actually Twitch has a way of animating them themselves, like making them pop in or pop out or spin or dance or jiggle. And so I'm gonna try those first. Also, I got pretty good at creating GIFs um when I did them for my channel. So I'm gonna try to create some. I don't really want to do anything like super fancy like the gamers do. I mean, let's face it, me, not exactly a gamer chick. Nope. Nope. Although although I am going to, when I hit 15,000, I'm gonna actually play a game on live and get my butt beat, probably by Wrecker or some other volunteer. um But yeah, Rocket Couch. I put the bear who kind of looks like an otter, like it's an otter bear. It looks very bear otterish, and I put him in a three-piece suit, and he's pointing and yelling objection. It's great. I think you're gonna love it. You inspired me, and thank you so much for your support in venturing out to Twitch because I know nothing. And I don't think Twitch is ready for me because I am definitely not the kind of content they usually have. But hey, everything changes, right? Lucky is a nickname shortening for their actual name, like E.G. Lackbird. Yeah. Actually, Lucky, um, around here, Lucas or Lawrence, a lot of people are called Lucky. Oh, we have a friend over on Twitch who's called Lucky too. They don't know what his first name is, but I don't know if it's just a nickname. Mm. Either way, testimony should be interesting. Mm. But anyway, I will have just to let you guys know, if I do mute during some of the sidebars or I get quiet for a little bit, I do, because I want to stay home for the IV therapy. I get the IV therapy to reduce it, and then I also have to get an antibiotic, and I had that put in yesterday, and so they have to come every day, and so and it's based on their time. So like I'll have to let her in, and she's not going to want to be on YouTube, I can tell you that. Yeah, I have a friend named Lucas from high school. Well, I didn't go to high school very long, but that I met when I went to high school, and then because we live in the same general area, we stayed friends like on and off, just acquaintances kind of thing. His name is Lucas, and his nickname is Lucky. We call him Lucky. No, I don't know what his full name is, Jin. I guess we'll find out. That's how they're referring to him on the socials. I didn't watch the first trial, so I'm not sure. But if they call him, I'm sure we're going to know. Mhm. I know there's the very famous mobster named Luciano.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I do have to ask you those three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Loughan.
Okay.
Okay, his first name is Brian, so if they call him Loki, I'm not so sure. Maybe it's a different person. Let's just see. Let me get up my list. Is the sound coming through okay for the feed? Oh, that's him.
I do.
If I remember the pictures.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughan, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris,
How close in age are Chris and you?
very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughan, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Yannetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh.
they are?
Great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck. And it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably is, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Or ring road to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put
Okay,
it on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
yes,
And you see the red dot there?
yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about 1.5 miles down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you were passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes,
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom?
Okay, I'm checking the feed. I have no idea what that just was. What the hell? Their feed is frozen. Let me see.
Take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow? Recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole. So in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes,
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct,
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side.
Yes,
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time, when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police, vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road. And then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the state police or Canton police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the state police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not state police or Canton police?
Yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath.
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one side
Yes.
or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging.
Did
But-
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No,
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes,
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
this was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes,
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes,
On June 15, June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense.
Yes,
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti,
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes,
What was the purpose of those interviews?
to go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes,
Were you shown prior reports?
no,
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
yes,
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No,
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
the first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes,
Did you go over questions and answers?
yes,
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
no,
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
no.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask you to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No,
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
there were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No,
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No,
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
about 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
you can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughan?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later, I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview, passing by it? You saw it from the street at Cedar Brook. Do you remember telling him that?
I don't
Cedar
remember.
Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I've directed at this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m., when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes,
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
yes,
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
yes,
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
yes,
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
yes,
You try to be honest with them,
yes,
provide them your best memory and good faith.
yes,
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes,
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m. That is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights. And I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
When you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. A snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29th, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked, I saw, I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No, I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge.
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door
Where was that?
at the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, recall, was the time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times?
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of the yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please? Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do.
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does
Okay.
not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7:22, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15:45, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19:55, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Let's get different. Mr. Brennan.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
Let's strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes,
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes,
Finally, actually not finally, I have 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels.
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place
Yes.
and the pole
Correct.
and the base.
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes? And when
Correct.
you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like from Sidebar?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your nose and follow me.
Oh boy, oh boy. Sorry about that, guys. Sidebar. Not a fan of the fan, huh, Kieran? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure. I'm confused about the stream that he watched, Liam. Liam says, I am. The height and the width of the Franken truck could be variable past the cap. Maybe, but it, mostly in townships, they have all the same kind of vehicle. Are they coming back? Huh. Good question, Maya. Which fan is best? We get a good fan view. Have they sent the jury out? I missed what they said because I was on answering a text message the last second. I should have been paying more attention, but like I told you, I got people coming and going here today with this stupid IV. Untidy chairs. Yeah, it looks like they got up pretty quick. I will say that. I am also surprised at how long we're spending on this witness, to be honest. I think maybe they did send the jury out because Peggy O'Keefe just went for a break. I just watched her leave the courtroom. But Couch says that this is sidebar number 2, and Couch is a better mathematician than I am on most days. He's got skills. He's got math skills. But I do believe it is only 2 because I wasn't really gone that long. And I'm glad to see that the Twitch chat is working with StreamYards again. I did get that fixed. It's because I went from in Twitch StreamYards didn't recognize Twitch because I went from Clairebear 307, which was the old name, my handle over there when I watch people play games, and I'm a mod over there for a few of the channels. But because I'm streaming over there now, I changed it to Clairview 307 to tie everything together. And so StreamYards, well, they want to be a little more precise about things. So I had to reconnect it. It only took a second. I have to say they work well together. And Couch confirms he's an expert here. He can count to 2. Yes. Yep, this is the sway. This is the sway. Got the certificate for it and everything. Okay. I'm glad you're all with it. I don't know. Well, I'm spending quite a bit of time on this witness, though. I do think this is a very amiable man. He seems very pleasant. I do think that he's doing the best that he can. I can see why there would be timing differences. He's not watching his watch. He's giving estimates. There's definitely going to be differences in his testimony about the times. Well, that just kind of makes everything a little and then you see all those plows going back and forth. We don't know which one is him and which one isn't. He did confirm that the one was him because he could tell by some kind of tape or something that he could see. Well, just based on the lights, all of them would have the same. Yep. And I don't know. I can't imagine being in a position, all that pressure, like, oh gosh, the Matrix had a glitch. All of that pressure, especially when they got to the beginning of the farther back on the testimony. And of course, because, they kept going, I'm not going to talk in between, but they bring in the blogger, in on all that pressure, because that was a lot. They spoke about him live. They recorded the phone call and played it for everybody that's on that side. There was a lot of pressure of people contacting. It had to be difficult. I'm sure he's trying to do the right thing, but I'm not so sure about his memories. I'm not so sure. How do you remember that you directly saw their house every time you went past, but you don't recall a dumpster that's down the street, like on the same road, or you don't recall what the house next door or the house in the neighborhood, or you don't recall about the street lights? See, how are you so precise with one part and not precise with everything else? And it can be unintentional. Anybody in law enforcement or anybody who has a family member in law enforcement will tell you, you can interview 5 people who saw the same thing, and their stories are all going to be slightly different. Your brain and what you think you see and how you calculate it, and you can build on the memory and etc. It's not that he would be intentionally trying to give erroneous testimony or anything like that. I just think in the end, there's not going to be so much that this testimony actually sums up to. Hmm. So many sidebars, I know. But, it's 11 o'clock and we're only at number 2. So I guess it's a little slower day than yesterday, that's for sure. Oh, the day before. Right. The fair point there, Couch. You can only remember what you notice in the moment. If you don't notice something the first time, why would you remember it later? Exactly. And it's just like, everything's just kind of building. If it's a mate's house, I would take a good look. Others, I won't. And exactly, they made a big point about, because it was a friend of his brother's, they're both on the same committee. But I don't think that's what he was thinking when he went down the street. I thought that's superlative, I don't know. But he did say he knew that it was Brian Albert's house. So you could be correct, because he knows who lives there. He might be looking. Well, when they talk about the timing, this is what matters, because he's talking about after 2 o'clock, and they're talking about Brian Higgins' vehicle being there. Well, did not there be some videos that we saw of Brian Higgins after already going to change up vehicles at at the police station at Canton PD? And wasn't there video? And I'm not sure. I'm going to have to go back and look, because them focusing on the vehicle, I want to tie it into other testimony in regards to Brian Higgins' vehicle. I never go by, just like the jury shouldn't, by one testimony in regards to a vehicle or anything like that. Like, I got to tie it all around, you know? Also, he knows someone who knows Brian Higgins. Doesn't that make him a co-conspirator by the defense's logic? Believe me, everybody knows everybody in this town. And so, yeah, I get the reference there, Couch. In regards of conspiracy terms, like, they're all related. They're all related, and they're all in on it. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get this nurse practitioner here at the right time. Okay. Wait a minute. Why are we going back up to the fan and then down again? What was that? Yeah. One pair of people who want to school together should be just as suspicious or not is another. I don't know. They all know each other, like through school. Just about everybody. The McCabe's, Alberts, they're all married together, friends from high school, everything. Oh, the jury coming in. I think so. Did they excuse them? Well, was it the morning break and I didn't know? I'm gonna have to go back and look. If it's their witness, then it's their conspiracy. Exactly, Turtle. Exactly. Yes, they do go up to the fan whenever the jury comes back in. And the fan is looking spiffy. Look at that. That fan's cooking this morning. Well, it's taking a while though. Unless they wait right break. Hold. Let me go check the socials really quick. Let's see. All right. Okay, the jury was sent out for morning recess while they were on sidebar. So because the sidebar was over, that's why we went out. So now it's morning recess. In Mr. Loughan will be back on the stand after this break, and that was a few minutes ago. The break started for the jury 10 minutes ago, so we get some time to talk. There we go. I hate when they do that. They don't announce, like, what they don't say anything. Like I knew it was a sidebar, but I didn't know she was sending the jury out. Too. She sent the jury out while they did the sidebar. Hmm. I don't know how to do that, Rocket Couch. How do we let Twitch know when there's a sidebar and when to do it? Like because what they do is like they give me like a timing thing. Well, maybe we can get together and look at all of that like in a call, and I can share my screen or something and show you. Right? Because I think that would be a good idea, obviously, especially on the downtime, you know. But as far as I know now, I've got it set on the minimal, just like I do YouTube. Like I backed everything down. They want it in the middle, of course, everybody goes, I backed it all back down. Oh, you can trigger them manually, huh? Let me go to the dashboard. Let me go to, okay, that would be under, okay, so there's ads. I'm going to have to watch a video on it. Okay. Um, I don't know. There's a lot there that we have to look at. But anyway, our snowplow driver will be back after the break. We've had we've had direct and cross and redirect and recross. And they coming back. So I don't know why they're taking so long with him. Um, what do you guys think? Is this ending up? Am I muffled? What, Liam? Oh, was it because I was looking at something, or is it better now? Can you let me know? Do I have to reset? Yelp is better or Yelp reset? That was it, like a either or. Ah, gosh. Uh, try the reset. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, sometimes it takes a few minutes after the reset for the sound to come in very well, but I'm hoping it's better. Is it any better? Anybody? Is there anybody out there? You mean it's still muffled? Oh boy. How about now? What do you mean by muffled? Like, is it static? Is it like, is it too low? I don't see anything on the meters. That's why I'm asking. I need to know more about it. Oh no. No. So it's still the same? Okay. Sounds like I have a pillow over it. Oh boy. Hmm. Well, that's not good. All right, let me see what I can do. You got the boot, Maggie? How'd you get that? Oh, you got the boat? Wait, the boot or the boat? Oh, the boot. Okay. It does. It goes through third party, but I do use an audio interface. Can anybody let me know if it's any better? Because if not, I have to leave the stream real quick, which means the fan will disappear. The stream will still be live, but it'll be a blue screen. I'm going to have to like reboot my system. Okay, it's it. I don't know. So far, it sounds still a little off. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right. Okay, I'm back, and I'm just hoping it sounds better, because if not, oh, is that mean welcome back? Does it sound better? Please tell me. Good, okay. And I made it back before the fan. Okay. It could have just been a build up then, I never shut my PC down, and we all know how that goes. Yeah. Mm. Now let me just get these chats back up. Uh, what? Okay. What's that? All right. I should pop out this one. There you go, YouTube. So, anything happen while I was gone? Did the fan do anything great? Apparently not, right? All right. I gotta get Twitch back up again. Oh, I have to log into Twitch again. All right. Okay. Oh, nope. Get that right number. Sorry, I'm trying to log into everything. Hello, Teresa. Oh, okay. Let's first of all, why doesn't it always come on dark view? Why do you have to keep I need to find a way that it just logs in that way. All right. Boop. Okay. Okay, Twitch chat is up. Now let me just test that everything is going back and forth. So far, still the fan. So when I was gone, it was just like a blue screen, right? Did it leave just a blue screen? Ah. Okay, now I have to reset bingo. I don't have to reset bingo. Oh no, I don't have to reset bingo because only I disappeared. Just the blue by screen. Yeah. Oh, I think I just heard them a little bit. Oh. Oh boy. All right. I get all this stuff coming in through Discord all of a sudden. It's making me nuts. While we wait, Chile filed a new lawsuit. Oh, part of the damages to seek a $400 an hour for pro se. Wait a minute. Who is he suing for his? Because he decided to be pro se. So it's kind of like lawyer's fees, but for himself. Who's he suing? Somebody that sued him? Oh my gosh, Rodent, they're so crazy. That guy, that soft sit lawyer guy, oh my gosh. Well, he's definitely entertaining, but he's ridiculous. You just saw a caption, "You are unneeded." Very funny, Liam. That is not what it says on my stream anywhere. Stop it. I I think when it comes, I think you're right, Liam. When it comes to the witness, just like anyone, after 2.5 years, like things change. The only thing is, in trials, especially retrials, they have all of your statements and times. You've got to be very consistent. You know, they're just gonna bring it forward. And I'm sorry, but 45-minute difference is a lot of difference at a time. Although I can understand why, because he doesn't have a watch on, you know, but it would be impossible for the street to be blocked off before they found the body. So, like, that timing had to go. Yes, that's it. Because was it there before Karen showed up there with John? Well, it's obviously after the snow was on the ground, you know, but did he remember it from before or after? And here's the thing: if Brian Higgins' vehicle is where he said it was, then he should have also saw John walking to his car. Yeah, in the snow. Because if it happened at 12:32 or so, and for there to be enough on snow on the ground, remember there wasn't that much snow on the ground when the collision, it just started. The snow just started. John has no snow really under him. So if that vehicle was there later, when, I mean, obviously the plow guy didn't have to plow, but if it's like my town, here's what I don't know why they're at. Did you guys hear anything about him spreading salt or anything before the snow? They were expecting a lot of snow. Did they prepare the streets? A lot of times we have the same guys that are driving the snow plows have to go out with the spreader trucks and treat the roads and stuff. That's what happens here in my town. Sounds like they're coming back. Oh, Teresa, it seems like he actually, when saw the other videos, he admitted that that's what he saw, that that's what it looked like. So it's quite perplexing. It seems like his testimony has changed, and the Commonwealth kind of got out of him that he saw exactly the way it was at 8:30 in the morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, we're back on cross.
Sir, I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71.
Okay, so why all of a sudden is this on? I don't want it on. Okay.
And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Right across the street. Oh, wow. Okay, it's right across the street. Oh, man.
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case.
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online.
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
You plow, you even deliver peaches for 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the outlets, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the words first.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the outlets?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions alone, we move to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. Come to sidebar and make this very brief, please.
Okay. Couch, is this 3 or 4? I don't know. Because I lost it before when they did the sidebar and then they went to break. It's 3. Okay, thank you. Because I didn't. I mean, that matches what I have on the paper because I had 2 before it. But now I've lost my pen. Here we go. I'm surprised that, that's pretty amazing that Hank Brennan that quick found the video of the dumpster. That's pretty cool. Well, the dumpster's right across the street. How is he saying he could see the whole yard and he would have seen
So
anything?
that's
But
next
he
in
missed,
evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
missed the body. What? And the dumpster.
And I just showed you a photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony,
Yes.
reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Loughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Loughlin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughlin, you are all set, sir. Okay. There are another witness, Mr.
The defense calls Karina Kolokithas.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Oh, is this going to be sidebar number 4? That quick? Okay. Well, that was a quick one, wasn't it? Oh boy. I kind of agree there, Liam. There's no reason for him to be checking, but like he just made note of it because he knew the house. But I don't think he checked it as detailed as he thinks he did. Plus, at the time, he said maybe a few inches of snow had already fallen. And since it was snowing when the time frame of when John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving, he may have had a light dusting over him. And, even though the truck has great lights and everything on it, I'm not so sure if it wasn't in the road that he would have saw him. And if he missed a huge dumpster like that, I can't really see that his proclamation that he saw everything is. I think there's some reasonable doubt there about what he actually saw. I just don't think it stood out.
Verification.
I do think human nature, knowing it was a body, we would want to think that we would have saw it. And I think that has a lot to do with it.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court, jury, and the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Ron?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolokithas. It's Karina. Last name Kolokithas. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as Yannetti.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolokithas.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After sporting, after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and
Okay.
do stuff
Now,
like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020.
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day
So that day I worked.
as a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home and then after that I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either Johnokeefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so to
Correct.
speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go. Keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. You know, so I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just like, you know, introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we queue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the
Yes. Video is always so blurry, doesn't it? That looks like the lens needs to be cleaned or something.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first.
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wick. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
you're, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of
of-
the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec, thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay, what about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay, you can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We
Oh,
have
I'm
it now,
sorry.
we might
Okay.
as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right, Karen
That's Karen.
and John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay, continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yeah, play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay, keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right. Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his arm.
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wolf, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that,
He put his left arm up.
okay? Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolokithas, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting your arm around her, you're coming with me. Why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, you're coming with me. Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
And you saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolokithas, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Okay, so that's sidebar 5, right? Mm-hmm. I think that probably it's a little early for lunch, but she's gone early before. I guess we'll see who our next witness is going to be and how the afternoon's going to go. I think she-
Mr. Yannetti, just one question.
Whoops. I realize that witness doesn't know what anybody was actually doing, but actually her testimony is more in line with if Karen was inebriated and how she was that evening, whether she was upset or fighting with John, which is important for the defense because later there's text messages and voicemails that are very aggravated. But the stuff with the other guys, I think that was all for identification.
I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, or they could just go back maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, so no jury for 10 minutes while they talk about scheduling on a sidebar. Yeah, but from the defense's point of view, Liam, it's not a gotcha or anything, but it's, sometimes, well, you know this, you were on a jury, the court process, they have to identify all of this stuff. They are trying to insinuate that, there might have been something going on between John and Brian Higgins, because, we've got the evidence that was admitted prior to text messages, Karen actually hooking up with Brian Higgins behind John's back. We don't know if John knows at the time, but I'm sure the defense wants us to think that something happened that night, because then they can bring in that somebody else is responsible and try to ignore a timeline where Karen and John and Alexis are at the same place at the same time when she backs up and he never moves again, all within seconds of each other. But reasonable doubt's a thing, and that's the defense's responsibility to defend their client to the best of their ability and make as much reasonable doubt as possible. So if the jury thinks that Brian Higgins had an issue, that's fine, but they're not going to really see anything about it. Brian Higgins, although he was on the list for the defense, they never called him. I don't know if they subpoenaed him. I don't think they did. They're trying to get a jury instruction because that's easier, because that's cleaner. They can say whatever they want. And there's no way that the Commonwealth can cross on it. The Commonwealth did not think that there was anything relevant to Higgins' testimony, because there's really not. It's really the defense that has all the questions in regards to Higgins, and Brian Albert also. Anything to do that they would have testified to as far as the moving of the vehicles, when their vehicles were there, when they were there, got all brought in by other parties already. And in streamlining his case, Hank Brennan chose pretty wisely how to get the information in there and not have to bring in superfluous witnesses that are only going to open it up for the defense to do whatever they're going to do. He's a very clever attorney, much to the chagrin of the defense, because it messes with what they want to do. Yeah, things stuck out to her, Jen McCabe had already testified that she went up to Karen and did that, and she wanted her and John to come back to the house and continue partying. They were all in a party mood. They were all celebrating. I don't know. I've been kissed on the cheek and on the forehead by a partner, a husband, even friends, my brothers. So I don't know that it's that odd. Maybe it's that odd in Massachusetts, but I don't know. To me, it didn't seem that odd. It didn't seem that odd for Jen to come up and hug her either while telling her, I want you to come with us, because they were all leaving to go to the party. Jen McCabe had already testified to that. But to hear it from somebody else, she made it kind of sound nefarious, didn't she? And, she was not invited. I mean, people didn't know her that well. She just met everybody. Plus, she said she didn't even want to be there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't her kind of thing, Well, she did get along with Karen and she enjoyed herself, so she had a good conversation. But as far as going up to the charges, the things that are important from her testimony is that she didn't think she was that inebriated when she left the waterfall, and that her and John seemed to be in a good place. I do hope that the defense has their witnesses all in order. We have a hurricane below us in the United States, and it's blowing up these depressions, and it's quite warm here today. It's heading towards 90. It's like, ugh. It's too early for that. It's way too early for that. Well, thank you very much, Shill. I appreciate it. I'm not sure what it is, but I appreciate it. It looks like it was a membership, but I can't tell. Can you clarify for me, please? Hmm. Teresa says, don't forget her being a pharmacist makes her more credible to recognize if someone is drunk or not. Really? It does? In a room full of drunk people? Oh, thank you so much, Shill. That's wonderful. Does it say who got the gifted membership? I do you mean I actually already have 2 memberships to Twitch? Thank you so much, Shill. I really appreciate that. Does it say who got it? Hey, Maggie. Oh, couch. Cool. Then you could see the tier 1. Then you can both see the tier 1 emojis, right? It should show you more emojis now, I think. Nope, still all the same ones. For some reason, I thought that it showed more. Maybe I didn't update them properly yet. Yeah, I know, Teresa. That's what I was being sarcastic too. I knew what you meant. Oh, believe me, I know, because you very much come up with the remarks the same as I would. Well, welcome to membership over there, both Shill and Couch. You're both already in the Discord, so I'm not going to drop you the link as one of your perks. I think they're still pending, maybe, Couch. I'll check it during lunch. But maybe when we come back in the afternoon, we can check again and see. It's all new to me. All I know is it doesn't let me set the amounts for the memberships or anything. Like there was no place to put in any figures. It's just automatic. Oh, thank you, Shill. Your first Twitch sub. That's awesome. May you caught up because you 4 times on Yannetti? Yeah. I can't read what this says. Oh gosh, I think I have to make my PC in bigger type. A Twitch dictatorship. It is not a dictatorship. Well, because you're going to be very, very surprised that Liam, I'm going to be on Kick too. Like I'll be streaming the weekly true crime. And my other things like the 50th Law and Black Mirror, I think they're more like Twitch and Kick relatable kind of stuff. Trials, I'm going to keep the live update over there on X. And hearings, because a lot of my interaction on there is about that. Oh, what they dictate the levels to me. Oh, I get it. I'm just being everything's going right over my head today, Liam. I think that's one of the few symptoms I have to the virus this time around. I'm just like a little tired, like a little, I would say a lot of brain fog. But I don't really feel bad. Just kind of dulled around the edges, you know. Yeah, I hear you, Maggie. It was like hard to actually figure out what that testimony was all about. But like I said, I really think it was just to identify the people in the video by another source, and also to put on the record the demeanor between Karen and John, which is important, and also Karen's current state of mind. When she left, she didn't appear that drunk. Because remember, 2 of the charges are about leaving the scene of the accident intoxicated, driving while under the influence. Kick has strange language and I only see my own comments. Well, I'm not there yet today. I'm not streaming there today, Maggie. Or do you mean Kick or Twitch? Like, because there's a couple of people over in Twitch. There's a few people in the chat, and there's like 6 or 7 watching. Okay, why don't they have the sound up? The jury's coming back in. We got 10 minutes before 1 o'clock. So she's just going to talk to them and send them to lunch. I don't know why she just didn't take early lunch. It's, silly. Give them more time. Crazy. Here we go. That's strange, Maggie, because I know that there's Shills over there, and so is Couch, and Maye was talking also. So, like, I don't know why it is like that on the settings.
Court back in session, please be seated.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. So we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
Oh, so we are done for the day? Wow. Okay. All right. I can't actually I can actually say that I actually like that. But I'm leaving this up because she does have motions. Jury has been dismissed. But we'll see if they're going to do motions. She's got quite a few, and I think we are. Yes, of course we are.
Please exit the courtroom, please be seated.
All right. Is there
That's-
anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's denied. Okay.
Oh,
I just saw that that was the one that was still outstanding.
wait a
Okay.
minute.
Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
I have to go look now because does she mean the witness jury instruction to the absent witness one? Is that the one she's talking about? Well. I have to go look. Hopefully there's a whole bunch of it on about the motions because there were quite a few things from the Commonwealth also. Because I think it's got to do with Michael Eaton coming in for the investigation. That was still outstanding. They wanted her to readdress it. I think that's the one she just denied. I have to go look at the others because there was more than one motion up. Yep. Where is it? In the Discord, there's a whole bunch of motions there. Did anyone cross that last witness? Yes, Hank did, didn't he? Yeah, he did, just briefly. Very briefly. I think you skipped too much. He had a short cross at the end. Let me see if I can tell you the seconds. Did I write them? Because sometimes they do. 3:39:20, Hank Brennan started the cross around that time. And he didn't go very long. Yep. But this is actually good for me. It's like a small blessing. Because I will get enough rest today. And that means that the true crime in legal update that I was going to not do tonight, I can actually do tomorrow early, like around 7, so that I don't interfere with shenanigans at 8. And then I'll be on schedule for P. Diddy update on Friday, and I won't have to get behind. So that sounds really good to me. And I get to save my voice. I think I think that might be one of the symptoms because of the drip, which was why she had me tested. It's not too bad. I hope my voice isn't too horrible. But I don't feel bad at all, honestly. Just a little, like I said, a little foggy is about it, and because I feel a little more tired than usual. It was a very brief cross, Mandy. Because it really wasn't much for that witness. Really not at all. On that, I think that's it for us, guys. I'm gonna miss you this afternoon, but I get to turn that thumbnail into Fridays and just make one more, and I'll be like ahead of schedule here. So I'm just gonna reschedule the one for this afternoon. Thank you again to everybody that followed me on Twitch from here on YouTube and from other places. And thank you for creating Twitch accounts or doing what you did, because they actually let me create my emojis this morning, and I was really happy. And thank you, Shill, for your contributions. And just for anybody that wants to actually help out, you don't need to pay for memberships in both places. You can choose one or the other. The benefits and the perks are going to be the same. I'm just spreading out on my platform. So those of you, if you want to move your YouTube subscription over to Twitch, I'm perfectly fine. I'm also going to be streaming on Kick regularly and going to be going over there for affiliate too. It's just the way it is in 2025. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. And with YouTube continually putting my true crime into screening mode and taking days to get into the algorithm, I just think that it is a good idea. I mean, I'm just a little bear, but I don't want to lose all my content. You know what I mean? And I don't like, being restricted or threatened in any way about my content. So, but I don't want anybody to feel any pressure of any kind just because I am opening up to other platforms. I appreciate the support that you give me and how you give it to me. And I don't expect anybody to have to dig in any deeper than there are. It's 2025 and everything's tight for everybody everywhere. So believe me, it's not why I'm doing it at all. What I would like is that if you do want to do it, you can cancel the one in any other platforms to join another platform if you choose. Yes, I am. I'm gonna do all of the content on YouTube, Teresa. And just to clarify, when I'm doing multi-streaming, my current plan with StreamYard only allows me to stream to 3 places at once. And I see no need as a little bear to go to a larger plan right now. It just doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to stay that way. So for hearings and trials, the live content will be to YouTube, Twitch, and X. For everything else, it'll be YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So the only thing changes is whether it's Kick or X at the end in the third spot. It will always be YouTube and Twitch for now, as long as Twitch accepts my content, because there's nobody else doing this over there for true crime. No, that's fine, Teresa. I'm staying with YouTube. That's where I started, and I plan on staying. I mean, it would be silly to leave when I'm finally getting subscribers and getting in the algorithm. It's just they're really giving me a hard time about, my videos going yellow and red because they don't understand the content and they only screen it with bots, and then you have to ask for a manual review. And I know I'm not doing anything that's on the, ridiculous. But once the manual review goes through, they release it. But it definitely just takes a while. And so they're really bogging down some things. And I don't know. The more that they rely on the bots to do the reviews, the more frustrated I get. And to be honest, Teresa, YouTube definitely has a moderation policy and a lack of equality policy in regards to the terms of service. There are plenty of channels out there really doing horrible things, and they're able to stay up. And yet, if a channel reports on these horrible things or mentions that somebody else is doing these horrible things, they're the ones getting in trouble. And I find that to be the most hypocritical, ass backwards thing ever. And so I really think that just spreading out a little bit and not counting on YouTube to do the right thing is in my best interest. Does that make any sense? Like, I can't stand behind YouTube's terms of service accountability policy. Let's just put it this way. I do the best to actually honor that terms of service, but I see tons of accounts that don't. And they are actually, causing harm to other people. And nothing gets done. It's quite frustrating, Yeah, I hear you, Maggie. Things are tough everywhere. That's why I never pressure anybody for anything. Hey, follows on Twitch and Kick are free. If you guys are doing that, so is subscribing to my channel. No one needs to be a member. No one needs to have to cost that. The perk is the Discord, but we still do plenty right out here with everybody, So I don't want to pressure anybody into anything like that. The first year I got monetized, I gave all the money away. Like, we did donations and everything. And then after that, the second year forward, I saved up and got a new computer system going, which everybody's been able to benefit from because I've been able to record and do multiple streams. And things were getting dicey, with the laptop trying to stream the court hearings and things. But all of that's been taken care of. You think that's it? Yeah, Liam, the algorithm is trying to protect itself. It has taken over the data centers. Maybe. I don't know. The algorithm thinks Skynet is dumb. Get people to destroy each other by making everything black and white. Possibly. All right. On that, I'm going to end. Everybody have a good night. I'll be back Friday morning with Karen Reed. But tomorrow evening, I will be doing a multi-case true crime and legal update that I should have did last night. But as I said, that appointment with the nurse practitioner kind of threw everything off. So what it's going to cover is Madeline McCann, the Tate brothers, Lori Vallow, because she does have, she's supposed to go through jury selection this afternoon and possibly start opening statements, but we'll see how that goes because she's been sick. And also, in the Kansas mom's case, there were some hearings, and we're going to update on several of the accused in that case. So it should be quite interesting. It's a little bit of everything. And then on Friday at 9:00, we will be doing 9:00 at night, Eastern Standard Time. We'll be doing the weekly P. Diddy Sean Combs update on his federal case for RICO. Okay, so this was the 20-minute goodbye again, and I'll see you all. And again, thank you so much for your support, however you're doing it. I'm telling you, I really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you, everybody, and I will see you again tomorrow for some true crime in the evening. Have a good one.